Hello, everyone, and welcome to a Magical Monday Marathon Sprint. I'm Shanon, writing under the pen name of S.C. Huston, and the author of A Curse of Scales and Feathers, and now Curse of Wings and Gems, and the Clash of Goddesses series. The goal of this stream is to provide a low-key environment to be productive. It is strictly timed with 45-minute sprints and 5-minute breaks for a total of 4 sprints during the roughly 3.5-hour stream. I did 25-minute sprints for a year, and so I keep going to default to 25-minute sprints when I'm doing my intro, but it's 45 minutes. You're welcome to use the sprints for any productivity you need, whether reading, writing, housework, coursework, day job, or just taking care of you. I tend to use the sprint time to focus because focus issues, and that means I won't be in the chats until it breaks, but I'd love to catch up with everyone then and talk about whatever it is we have going on, any successes that we have. Yeah, let me know what you're working on. I think Devin and I were already having a bit of a conversation in the chat. My first one here. Good morning. It's admin week, so I'm going to start with my newsletter before getting 1,200 words in. And I put a little bit later, I was like, I'm going to do the opposite. I'm going to start with writing and then go to admin. I don't think I have a goal for the writing I'm going to do other than I'm going to spend 2 sprints writing. Only because I need to continue running through this novella that's part of my Kickstarter, because I had revised a section, a whole chapter early in the book. And so now I need to just run through it again to make sure that what I have changed doesn't change anything else. I'm sure it's going to. It's going to change something in the book. So I'm just kind of running through. And of course, as I'm running through, as we tend to do, we could always keep working on our words and changing things. So I come across a sentence. I'm like, oh, I think I could word this better. So that's what I'm doing. I had gotten through chapter 6, and I have, how many chapters do I have? I have 18 chapters. I thought I had 16. I have 18 chapters and an epilogue, and I had gotten through chapter 6, but when I was going back through this morning, because I was just kind of refreshing myself, because it's been a few days since I touched this, I didn't remember, or I didn't feel like I could get, it's not remember, it was like getting into the story and remembering where I left off and what the feelings were of the characters and whatnot. So I've already kind of started just rereading chapter 5 and then going back into chapter 6, and then we'll see how far I can get. But I've got to get this thing done, like ASAP. Because the next thing I need to do for admin-wise is that I need to do the surveys. So the money has been dispersed from Kickstarter. Oh, I didn't check my bank this morning. I should check my bank. I don't think it's hit my bank yet. But now that the money has been dispersed from the Kickstarter, I can now send the surveys, because we know who, the platform knows whose payment went through. So I can send the surveys out to make sure I've got addresses and emails and whatnot from all of the Kickstarter backers. So I need to get that done. I could have done that yesterday because I got the notification from Kickstarter that I could start doing my surveys. But what was I doing yesterday? I don't remember what I was doing. But I know I was taking a little bit of a break from anything admin-wise. Which, by the way, I did the 12-hour stream on Saturday, and my ending word count, because I had a word count at the end, but I continued to write a little bit, and I don't remember what I said my ending word count was, but I feel like I was off on a number anyways. But I ended up with 16,690 words altogether written on Saturday. I thought it was over 17,000 when I did a little bit more writing. I was like, oh, I could probably beat my previous what is that? What do you call that? Mile marker, but that's not the word I'm looking for. The most I've written in one day was 18,000. And I don't know what the exact number was because I was not keeping track of my words back when I did that. I went back even to my old writing, because that was during the Worldwide Write-a-thon, which is now the Storyteller's Hearth. And so I have my writing from that day, but I have it all together for the weekend, which was like 23,000 words and 23,000 something words. And I know that 18,000 of that was on the first day. I just don't know how much of that 18,000 was on the first day. So, but yeah, for admin, got lots of admin to do. Exactly. I have zero motivation for anything today when I said to admin. And we had to find the motivation. And Devin says, I'm going to start by finding by getting food. And I was like, food is good. Gonna fill the chat. Oh, thank you. It's just you and I think, so far at the moment. I mean, there's some other people watching, but some people just kind of linger. What do they call that? Lurking, not linger. Wrong word. But I mean, still kind of the same idea, but I'm happy that this week is going to be near as chaotic as last week. Oh, isn't going to be as near as chaotic. See, I'm kind of the opposite. This week is going to be chaotic. I told my husband, I says, long nights ahead of me for this next week, because with the Kickstarter having gone through, as soon as the money hits, I need to go ahead and get books ordered. I have the paperbacks for the Clash of Goddesses series. There are several people who got those. And but actually, I probably won't be able to do it right away because I have to wait for Ingram to come back on my A Curse of Scales and Feathers. That's the first book in the series. And so I offered the A Curse of Scales and Feathers as both a paperback and a hardback, and both as color as in grayscale. And paperback, grayscale, paperback, color. Yep. There was at least one person who got one of all of those. So, which I don't have those files done. Like I didn't have them done. I just finished them over the weekend, but I still have to submit them to Ingram Spark because those are not books I typically carry or sell anywhere. So I had to go through and I also, one thing that I hadn't done, and A Curse of Scales and Feathers for the first Kickstarter, we did have some artwork done that was for a what do you call that? A screensaver, and I had put that in the book. And that was all that was in the book. But I decided, you know what? I had character artwork done. I should put these in the book. So these were not files I had done at any point. And I could have done it before this, but I didn't think about it until my Kickstarter was nearly over. And I was like, oh, I should put those character artworks in there to make it even more of a special edition. And then I had to change the title pages because I wanted to put on there that it was a special edition. Or I put A Curse of Wings and Gems Kickstarter edition, I think is what I put on those. But yeah. And that'll be the only time I really sell those. Well, I mean, I'll sell them again with my next Kickstarter, but it'll have a different name on it instead of a Curse of Scales and Feathers special Kickstarter edition. It'll have to be something else. I'm looking forward to staying home more often. Nice. Is that because you don't have what? I don't know what's changed in your life for that. I'm thinking kiddos, but I know you had a lot of stuff going on with hubby as well. FYI, new All Call Indie site launching soon. Nice. I was just talking about that. All Call Indie. That was on Saturday. I talked about it because someone was looking for a developmental editor. And I told them to check out the site. Also, my new author site will live soon. Will be live soon, maybe. Adega, hello. How's it going? I was there for your script on that channel. I don't remember what the name of the channel was now. I half listened while I was finishing up my writing because I just got done with my 12-hour marathon. But morning, Adega. Hi, Devin. I'm stuck at a plot point. I know what needs to happen. I just don't know how to execute it. I mean, if you want to give us more information, maybe we can help you out, but totally up to you. I'm writing up notes I made in bed late last night when I couldn't see the paper. This is going to be interesting. I bet. I have been there, though. I don't do too much handwriting anymore because my wrists can't handle it, but I've been there where I've just grabbed something and just start writing, and it's middle of the night. There's barely any light. Mozart is the key, Nevin. There you go. Oh wait, I didn't say Mozart. Mozart. Is that something different from Mozart? I don't know what that is. Good morning, everyone. Hello, Sybil. How are you doing? Hello, Joanne. Oh my gosh, I thought I clicked on it and it highlighted everything. She's saying hello to everyone. Hope you had a good weekend. Yeah, planning to get some cooking and laundry done. Then it's back to Project Sugar and Spice. Yeah, I'm doing a load of laundry right now too because I realized I didn't do laundry on the weekend since I had spent so much time writing. Hi, JK from Adega. That's a great idea. Thanks, Adega. Okay, so the idea was Mozart is the key. What is Mozart then? That's not Mozart. I feel like I'm saying the word wrong. Mozart. I feel like I'm saying it wrong. And hellos, good to see you. Hello to everyone, good to see you all. Tackle hugs. Yes, it's newsletter day relaunch for me, so a lot to do. My newsletter is on Friday, so I'll do it on Friday. I don't know why, but I always do my newsletter last minute. I don't know if it's weird because writing for me, I have to do early in the morning. If I don't do some writing in the morning, it's hard for me to get into the zone of writing at all. But newsletter writing is writing. It's just a different type of writing. But it's I get my best ideas at night. I don't even know what I'm going to do for my news. I never know what I'm going to do for my newsletter. I know some of the promotions, the cross promotions I'm doing, but I never know when I'm going to put my newsletter until I sit down and I'm okay, time to do newsletter. And it's 9 or 10 o'clock at night usually. It's the only nights I stay up late because I know I still have a newsletter to do, and I do everything else during the day. But they always seem to work. I mean, I get some compliments on my newsletters, so I assume that they're overall generally good. I like them. So, so Joanne says, oh, and I'm planning to draft my author newsletter for tomorrow so I can publish it on the 1st. Nice. Planning to include some food photography in this one, so that'll be fun. I used to do the 15th, I think, of the month. And then I did closer to the end of the month. I do have one day. I pick one day to do it every month, and I do that on the 4th now. So I'm just throwing this out there because you said on the 1st. Like everybody tends to do their newsletters. And I say everybody, a lot of people do newsletters on the 1st. I mean, it makes sense. It's the beginning of the month, right? It's the first day of the month. You want to get in there, get in people's inboxes. But because there's so many people doing newsletters on the 1st, it can get overwhelming and get lost in the flood of newsletters. So that's why I chose the 4th. I don't know why I went away from the 15th. I can't remember. I think I just had something going on and I had to change it up, and then I just left it on the 4th. Yeah. I saw you in the chat. Oh, okay, cool. His rules are to ignore responding to chat until the end in case the authors are listening. It's in case the authors. Okay. And I think it was still going at the end. I stayed on there like until it was over, but by the end, I had turned down the volume so I could concentrate back on my writing. So I don't know what was said. I think I got in there to say bye as you guys were wrapping up, and that was about it. Good morning, Carla. How's it going? Are you working on anything? Mozart unlocks. I meant what was said. Oh, that. Mozart unlocks creativity. I'm like completely lost. Mozart unlocks. Well, you mean listening to it unlocks creativity? That's probably what you mean. I don't know why I'm so lost on that this morning. Sorry, it's going over my head. Did I do this one? I'm still doing my cycle, the fictionary certification homework, writing chapter 4, and newsletter. Everyone's doing newsletter. I did move my newsletter to the second Tuesday at 3 for time zones. Yeah, they said that the best time to send a newsletter. Now, this was across all what do you call that? Businesses. That's not the word I'm looking for. So not just writing. It's not just authoring, but across all. I almost had it. Across all the different types of businesses that can send out newsletters, they found that the best time to send a newsletter is on a Monday at is it 5 or 6 a.m. Eastern. I think it was 6. I forget the time though. It's one of those two. Because that's Monday's first thing. It's going to hit the inbox first thing in the morning. It's going to show up as soon as they open their email, that kind of stuff. But it does make me wonder if the first is flooded with people sending newsletters out to everybody. Wouldn't that eventually get flooded Mondays so early in the morning? Especially if you have these reports. And that was from what? That's from, oh gosh, I can't remember, because I follow it every year. They put out a report about newsletters and what's working, what's not working, and whatnot, based off of polls and everything and data that they've collected. And I'm like, okay, if other people are reading this, report every year like I am, then now Mondays is going to get flooded. So that happens. I listen to Bach when I need to focus. Good morning, Cassandra. How are you? I hope all is well. And industries. Yes, that was the word I was looking for. Why can I not think of words today? I was talking to my husband a couple of days ago. Yesterday? Might be yesterday. Nope, Saturday. And I was trying to say something about, how sometimes in a relationship we can get, and then I stopped and he was just looking at me. I was like, it's an A word. I can't remember. I keep wanting to say angry, but that's not the word. Oh, annoyed. He was like, oh, I like how you had to pause for it. I was like, I didn't pause on purpose. I just couldn't remember the word. I have issues with words. I'm glad I don't have issues with words when I'm writing. It's just when I'm talking. But yeah, words. All right, I got to the end of the comments. We're going to head into the first 1 hour long sprint. That is the goal for today, is 1 hour long sprints, going roughly 6 hours or so, right? 8 to 4. I always try to figure this out. So 6 hours, and it's usually about 4 sprints. So I think the volume's up. Okay, we'll get started in 3, 2, 1. Good luck. And that is time. How did you do? I've got to add up. I just finished putting a couple more words in here. 316 words added in my editing. It's like minor revision because there's a couple things I'm like taking out or changing, but I got through almost 3 chapters, almost done with this 3rd chapter, so making progress. Let's see where we left off. So we're talking about basically classical music to get motivated. And Devin says Vivaldi is my top fave classical composer. Bach is amazing too. Laura says I'm going to go look up Bach and Vivaldi on Spotify. Oh, and then Devin shared a link. So my all-time YouTube classical playlist by nobody. So there you go. Gwenna, hello. Morning. Can't believe I made it to the first sprint on a Monday, no less. Wowza. Yes, it's nice to see you here. How's the little one? Oh, nice. Thanks for the link, Devin. Morning, Eva. How's it going? And Beth Ann, lots of people came in. Hello. Are you guys all working on anything? And Jocelyn, hello. Good morning. Gwenna says, got some synopsisizing and some other work done in Scrivener. It's an organize and compile kind of day. Yeah, sometimes you have to. I've been thinking about that, organizing some stuff that I need to get organized, but I'm like, that's going to have to be like another month problem because I have a lot I'm doing right now. My Kickstarter dispersed the funds. I still haven't checked my bank account. They dispersed it on Friday. So it should hit my bank account sometime this week. But it does mean that now I can go and send the surveys out to everybody who backed me to get, like email addresses and physical addresses for those who have physical products and whatnot, so that I can start getting things sent out. And so I need to do that. And then it's going to be just all Kickstarter stuff. I'm still waiting on the art print, which I'll have to also do an update because the artwork came back from my artists for Emmy and Edmar. That came back on the 26th. And I asked for a couple of revisions. And I don't have a timeline. And I kept checking every day. I haven't checked today, but I've checked every day since the 26th. Still haven't seen it come back to me yet. So I'm going to check today, see if it's come back. If it hasn't, then I'm going to ask them for a timeline because I can't even get a proof copy of my book without that. I mean, I guess I could just leave a blank space in there, but then I don't know if the picture will look good. And I have looked at like the PDF that Ingram Spark gives you and everything looks good. This happened with my map with my last Kickstarter. Everything looked good on the PDF. It looked good on my PDF. It looked good on their PDF that they gave to me. And then when the book came in the mail, for some reason, part of the map got cut off. And it wasn't like, sometimes things can shift in printing. So something might get cut off. And that's why you're supposed to really give yourself a good wide margin or have, the picture, the outsides of your picture don't have as much, to lose if you're doing a full bleed picture. But somehow my map got really, really messed up. And I went back and looked at the file that Ingram Spark gave me, and my map was in the right place. And it was like it was like in the gutter. So it was too far over to the left into the book itself because it was a right-hand side page. And it did not look like that at all in their what do you call that? Proof, the PDF proof. So I just ordered another copy and or what did I do? No, I didn't order another copy. I did order another copy, but I did go move the map a little bit just to see. And then it moved it like way over when I got that copy in. And so I moved it just a little bit back again. And it was not in the gutter with the, they showed you the lines. But I moved it back just a little bit before I ordered a copy. I did not get another proof after that. I just thought, well, the first one was good. If this is just a tiny hair, but less than what it was before, then it should be good. And I did order a copy for the house and it came out good, but I had ordered the same for everybody else because getting a proof copy, the whole thing takes time, right? So you have to submit your files to Ingram Spark, 3 to 5 days for them to look it over. It can be sooner. Sometimes it's longer. I've had it go longer, and that's business days. And then once it's gone through, then you can order your copy. And then I think that's like 5 to 10 business days to print, depending on what you pay for. I don't try to spend a lot of money on it because then that would, go against the idea of doing a Kickstarter and trying to, pay for my next book cover because I would lose money if I paid, rush fees on everything. And then so 5 to 10 business days printing, 5 to 10 business days shipping, sometimes sooner, sometimes longer. but those are like the timelines they give you. So by the time I get a proof copy, it's several weeks later, and then I get to order everybody's copy. If it's good, if it's not good, then I got to start all over again. Yeah. So I can't do anything though until I get that artwork. So I'm kind of waiting on that one. Yeah. Carla says, is moving through editing the manuscript. Think it's time to take a break and do some writing. Sounds like a good idea. I'm starting off with writing because if I don't start with writing, it's hard to get back into writing. So I've got one more sprint. I'm going to do writing. And then on the third sprint, actually, I need to go do laundry in this next sprint too, because the wash machine just got done. But then on the third sprint, then I'm doing surveys out to the Kickstarter people. I got the end of the month, start of the month budget things done. We woke up late today, so everything feels rushed despite being on time now. It's a Monday. I got new art in and stickers. Nice. I'm using the artist that did my Sea Witch, and the Sea Witch was like perfect. I didn't even ask for revisions because it was perfect. Beautiful, beautiful. And I got the artwork for Emmy and Edmar, and I didn't like it at all. I liked it when he did the sketch. I like the sketch. I like the composition, but I think it's because he used a lot of yellows and greens, and I really don't like yellow or green. And the Emmy skin is seafoam green, which has more of a blue undertone. And it was definitely green with a yellow undertone and then yellow light in the back. And hopefully he's able to change it. Maybe I might like it. It made me think of the other artwork I got because I had ordered Emmy and Edmar artwork from other people, from 2 other artists, and I didn't like any of those. And I'm like, what is it about this couple that no one can get right? I don't know. Hopefully it's going to be good when I get it back. House and me work ate up that hour, but I did get an idea for a newsletter. Oh, nothing like having your back against the wall. That's me every time I'm doing a newsletter. Do you want to share your idea? I'd love to know, but if you don't want to, you don't have to share it. Typed up some notes and wrote some new words. Nice, made progress. Next, I'm scheduling some social media posts for April and laundry. Always laundry. Yes, I have laundry too. Fun. And honestly, it feels like proofs vary so dramatically based on whatever printer they're using. It's crazy. Yeah, I just had never seen one that off. And that was the hardback or paperback? I think it was the paperback because I also got the hardback. Same files, right? Same files for paperback and hardback. It's the same PDF file that you submit. And the hardback was just fine. It was not bad. It was not in the gutter. And it's just like this really shifted all the way over. And I thought, is it just the print or is it that I need to change the map on here? It was probably just the print. It probably didn't need to go through all that again. But I did order another proof copy before I ordered the copies for everybody because I wanted to make sure it was good. But yeah, it was probably the printer. Probably just really messed it up. Ingram sends me emails all the time about how I messed up, but so far the proofs have matched the visuals they send me digitally, except one book's interior. Yeah, that's exactly what I experienced with that one. It was like, I don't know, off just a bit. Fingers crossed your art looks great when it comes back. I'm hoping. If he can get that bluish undertone to her skin. So I asked for that. I asked for the light. And it makes sense. Like I said, it was fine with some of the yellow light in the back because there would be like torches and whatnot, or like not torches, but lanterns and whatnot. So that might be some yellow. But he also had windows and there was yellow light. And I was like, it's at nighttime. Edmar's not human during the day. So it definitely has to be nighttime. And I probably missed telling him that part in my write-up. And there's one other thing I asked for. What did I ask for? I don't remember. Yeah, there was one other revision I asked for. So I think it was 3 things altogether. I keep feeling like it's 3, but I can only remember 2. So I need to do some dishes. Dishes. I hate dishes. I'll be getting to the writing in the next sprint, maybe after your dishes. I think the print too. I hope so. Yeah. But I can't even get proof copy for this next one yet until I get this artwork back. Like I said, I could just go ahead and get a proof copy and just leave that page blank. But then I'd be taking a chance that if I just add in the picture that everything's going to look fine and not order another proof copy. And I told myself, even though I'm like antsy because the whole file is set up except for that blank page for that picture. And that's the majority of what I need to get because I have 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. So I have the same 4 different editions that I have for A Curse of Scales and Feathers. which is 2 paperbacks and 2 hardbacks. But and so the 2 paperbacks grayscale and color, and the 2 hardbacks grayscale and color. So it's 4 different editions that I'm making that I have. But yeah, I gotta wait. I don't want to just chance it that the picture will be right. So I'm just gonna wait, even though I'm antsy to get a proof copy. Love to share. The newsletter is named for my website, The Story Storm, and it's formatted with the forms of rain, drizzle, shower, etc., with small bits of, which is usually a publication. I don't know how you say that word. Monson? Maybe? Yeah, not sure. I'm thinking of monsoon, but I don't know if that's something different. But that's really cool. They have like a theme for your story, your newsletter. I don't have a theme for mine. Hi, Weaver. How's it going? Hola. I've thought about it. They say it's easy to come up with a theme if like your readers have like a name for them. You know, like Swifties for Taylor Swift. I'm trying to think. I just saw one, a newsletter I just signed up for, and she calls her reader group something. And I don't remember what it was, Rogues or something, I think. But I was like, I don't want to come up with a name for my reader group. And from what I understand, most names that are given to like your fans, it's not something that you come up with as the artist, not usually. Usually it's something that comes up that the fans take, that they create for themselves. So I don't have that yet. So I don't have any theme. That's right. For this one, I'm going to do April Showers, the short story, I think. Yes, I spelled it wrong. Oh, okay. So then it is monsoon. Okay. I wasn't really sure what that was, but that makes sense. Yeah, small bits of monsoon. Houstonites? Yeah, maybe. I kind of want something that has to do with my story world or something. I don't know. I know Swifties come from her name, but a lot of the fiction authors I follow who have names for their reader group, it has usually something to do with what they write about. So I did go through, this was like over a year ago. I did go through some like different names for like that had something to do with dragons, like dragonlings. But I thought, I don't know. But I was like, I shouldn't be coming up with this anyways. I'll let my fans figure it out if they ever do. I don't know if they will. I love that theme. I do too. Mine is snippets and spoilers, but I'm considering on changing it after 6 years. Do you have an idea of what you're going to change it to? Mine's not called anything. My newsletter is not called anything. At the top of my newsletter, it says SD Houston's readers, and it's on a pretty image, but that's all I have. So appointments done for the morning. Time for some editing. Nice. My future world building subscription will be the librarium, since it will cover all of my worlds. That's nice. I love that. You love the librarium? I like that too. I don't know what I would do for mine. I really don't know. And there's not going to be dragons in every single story I have. I mean, right now there is, even if they're just a minor side character. But I imagine there's going to be a time where there's not going to be a dragon in a story. Actually, I do have a novella that I dreamt about it when I was at a conference in October last year. And I have outlined most of it. I outline novellas. It's the only thing I outline because I write long. So the outlines tend to help me stay short. And I have about 5,000 words written in it. I can't wait to finish writing it. But it doesn't have anything. It's in my world, but it has nothing to do with any of the storylines I have going on right now. You do get a little bit more about the religions and whatnot, because it takes place in a temple to one of the minor gods, and how the humans. Most of my stories are don't have really many humans in it, but these are human population. So yeah, I can't wait to finish that story. It's on my mind all the time, but I just don't have time for it. I don't even know. I called it Afrina's temple because Afrina is the minor goddess up there, but I don't know what I'm going to call that story. Yes, great word. I think so too. Hi, Devin. I like yours too. In 6 years. Nice. I think that name is great. I think I like both of them. I like snippets and spoilers, and I like the librarium. I like both of those. The librarium, it reminds me of The Library. Isn't the name, it's a show? I think there was a movie called The Library too that came from the show, or the show came from the movie. I think the show came from the movie, The Library. was really cool. Alrighty, well, let's go ahead and get into the next sprint. 1 hour on the clock. For anybody who has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. And for everyone else, 60 minutes in 3, 2, 1. Good luck. And that is time on that sprint. How did you do? I feel pretty good. I'm now past the point where I had done a lot of revisions in one particular chapter in my novella that's for my Kickstarter. And I'm just trying to make sure that the revisions I made make sense with everything else that's in the story. And I do think there's a few lines here and there that I have to change slightly because I had changed something in the story. So I'm now past that point in reading some of what I wrote, and I'm like, wow, okay, this is pretty good. I was a bit worried. I was a lot worried, but I think this is turning out good. So I'm happy with it. Let's see where you guys are at. Oh, and I did do laundry. Oh, wait, and I didn't even say what I did today. Hold on, I've got to write this down because I spent 9 minutes writing before my laundry needed to be switched over. And then my husband actually came home in between me doing laundry, so we talked a little bit. So then I spent another 30 minutes writing, and altogether 237 words added. Oops. Trying to write this down. 237 minus 207. All right. Let's see how you guys did. Left off here with Sybil saying to Devin, I like hers too. We're talking about the name of newsletters, which I've kind of always wanted a name for my newsletter, but I don't. I just have SC Huston's readers at the top of my newsletter. So, and I do in my onboarding sequence, I say welcome to, actually, I don't remember what exact words I use, but basically, I think I say welcome to SC Huston's readers or reader group or something along those lines. So, but I do like the ones that Devin has. Kiddo got a bit fussy with me getting work done from bed. Oh no, I guess it snuggles until daycare drop off. I'll be back after. Happy productivity, y'all. Oh, I hope that you're able to get productive later, but still get to spend a little bit of time with the kiddo. Nia, hello, good morning. How's it going? I loved your guys' conversation. If you guys didn't know, Nia does a series called Scripting the Book, and they did Wicked this past weekend, and I've never actually seen the play or the or read the book, but I know about it because there's so much of it in the media, right? I mean, I think you can pick up a lot of what the story is. Not only that, I did have a student who wrote a paper. There was before the one with Ariana Grande, and I can't remember the other female's name. Before the play that they were doing, right? Wicked was on stages before that as plays in theaters way back when. It's not that long ago, like early 2010s. Because I had a student who also wrote about the play back when I was teaching college English and literature. So I learned a lot about it back then too. So I've never seen any of it, but it was interesting to hear about it. And I really have not heard as much about the book before. So it was a good say like episode. It's like an episode in Nia's series on her channel. It was really good. Additionally, hello, good morning, everyone. I've got admin and work in progress stuff to do. That was about a half hour ago, so hopefully you're able to make some progress. What's y'all call Indy? What website you're referring to? Oh, is she here? Oh, Eva was able to drop something in the link. Yeah. So I don't know if she's here to do the explaining or if anyone was able to explain. So basically, All Call Indy is a website where Devin has opened up a space on her platform to allow indie authors who do services for indie authors to promote their services on the site. So you can find like beta readers and book cover designers, and these are all like indie authors who also do these things. And so you can find, so if you're trying to find someone to help you out with your process, you might be able to find someone on there. It's a really good place. Such a good question was raised. Yeah, I don't know if she's still here. There is the site. I'll let Devin do the explaining. Also, good morning to all the rest. And everyone's here. Thanks, Eva. Pretty cool. Few pages done. Nice, Weaver. My focus is everywhere today. I mean, you still made progress. I know it may not be what you are happy with, but what I always tell myself is celebrate the small things, even if it's not exactly what I want it to do. You know, if I want it to do more or whatever, I still got something done. I'm trying. I'm telling myself that. I've been telling myself that a lot over the last couple weeks, couple months, because I've not written nearly as much as I want to be writing. Admin stuff is moving along. Nice. I'm going to be switching into admin here. I want to finish this last chapter I'm on in this this novella, and then I'll move on to admin. Which the first thing I have to do is that now that the Kickstarter has dispersed the funds from my Kickstarter, I can now do the surveys to get all the information I need to fulfill everyone's backing tier perk. One of those words, or maybe another one, whatever it is. Carlos is taking a break from the manuscript and writing the sexy time scene with my characters. I really love this pair of characters. Oh, I have so wanted to write, because I love the characters in my third book, and I have not yet wrote a sexy time scene with them. We haven't got that far in the book. I say we, like there's more than me writing my book. It's just me. I guess maybe I'm thinking of my readers, because I do have 3 readers who are reading everything I'm putting up on it, on Story Origin. They're very rough draft chapters, but yeah. And I keep wanting to get to it, but I keep feeling like, oh, I don't know. Because my sexy times are always, there's quite a bit of characterization and development in the relationship throughout that time of my writing. And I have an idea of where they're going to be at the time, but because I am more of a discovery writer, I'm not exactly sure where their head is going to be. Like, I have a pretty strong feeling, because they can't actually have, the way my book is set up, they can't have any sexy times until after the curse is broken. And well, she's a fire fae and he's an ice dragon, and his breath would kill her. So, and part of the breaking the curse is kissing. So yeah, so she is going to be dying when she breaks the curse. And I still haven't quite figured out what that scene looks like. I have some ideas written down. I have like 2 or 3 different ideas, and it probably will end up somewhere in between all of them. But yeah, so yeah, it's going to be interesting. I can't wait to get there. So I'm glad you're able to write something you really like to do. The goal today is to reach plot point 2 in this story. How many plot points do you work in? Do you do like the 3 for like the 3-act structure, 4-act structure? I don't know if you follow any of those. I kind of set mine up as a 3-act structure, sort of. I kind of work off of that, and then it changes on me. But mine is Tales from the Coast. I love that too. I don't have one. Generated the images I needed for the newsletter and picked up my kitchen. Your newsletter is awesome. Oh, thank you, Sybil. Yeah, I don't have a name for my newsletter subscribers, but I always enjoy writing them. I always think I don't like them as much as I do until I sit down to do a newsletter, and I'm like, oh, I really like this. I think it's because I have connected with quite a few people through my newsletter. Like I started a whole new email just to have conversations with some of them, because they like to talk. They like to talk about what they're reading, what's going on. They like to talk about my books, of course, which is always great, because we love to hear about our books, and whatever else that we may have that we're doing. And actually, one of them, she likes to do AI images as well, generating images. So she shares a lot of images with me. And I think I actually included one of her images in one of my newsletters during my Kickstarter. She had generated it and sent it to me. It was from my first book. Yeah, it was from my first book. She actually generated more than one image from both books, because she's read both of them. Before, she was a beta and alpha reader and on my Typo Buster team for A Curse of Wings and Gems. And but I took the one from the first book, I think. Actually, I can't remember which one I used now. It might have been the second book. That would make more sense, because it was about my Kickstarter. I can't remember. But yeah, she's made some pretty cool images from my stories. I don't know how I got into that, but I appreciate you saying the newsletter is good. Rita, hello. Getting ready to hike with hubs and pups. Are you still? That was like 6 minutes ago, so I don't know if you're still here. Oh, I thought I clicked on it. It didn't go, but probably my depth perception issues. I started watching your interview with DL Tillery, and then I didn't do a whole lot on Sunday. I think the only one that I really attended all of it was Nia's scripting the book, but I didn't get to see all that one. So I still want to see that one, the DL Tillery. I look forward to adding my developmental editing services for people in Q3. Oh, would you mind sharing your rates? Well, you don't have to if you don't want to. If that's like a little too much on the spot, you don't have to, but I'd love to know what your rates are. I've always wanted to hire a developmental editor. They're just, it's so expensive. Maybe yours are too expensive for me. Could be. Good morning, Tiffany. How are you doing? Good morning, everyone. Sorry, I had to pick up my son from school and he had a pretty bad headache. Oh, poor kiddo. Is he okay? I mean, I know he's a teenager. If it was my teenager, I'd be like, here's some medicine, go lay down. Yeah, hopefully it's everything. I tried to explain I'll call Indy. I don't know if you got here in time for me in my explanation, but if you would like to go ahead and explain it, because it's your baby, for Adeshale, he was asking about it. They are adorable. They're both nerds. Even though she's a bear shifter that works outdoors and he's a tech guy, when she rescues him, he fumbles and recovers with the Doctor Who references. Oh, I love that. Can't wait to, is that the next book that you're having coming out, your next novella? I have not caught up with all the ones. You do publish pretty quickly. I've not been able to keep up with all of them. So, and I say that I read a lot. I'm a mood reader. So I'll start reading something. And if it's not hitting me, I go on to something else. And then that makes it hard because I have to try to remember which ones are actual DNFs and which ones are those I need to come back to. I'm actually reading one right now I had to come back to because I forgot it was not a DNF. And I was talking about the one on, was it Saturday? I read this one that was really country. It had like country western singers and stuff. And I was like, I actually kind of like it. And then as soon as I said that night I was reading and it took a weird turn. And I'm like, okay, I'm done with this. And I DNF'd it. So, but it actually didn't have anything to do with the country western part. Because that doesn't really excite me in any way, country western stuff. Probably the opposite. Only because I have some bad memories with some cousins who are very country. But, yeah. I usually do it inciting incident, plot point 1, midpoint, plot point 2, climax resolution, and censored novellas. Yeah, okay, so 3 plot points, which there's typically 3 plot points with the 3-act structure. And so it sounds like you try to keep it in check too for novellas. I don't know if you tend to write long. I write long, but yeah, that's pretty. I do the same thing. I have for my novellas. Well, my novella, and I shared it with. I think it was Adeshale I shared it with. An outline that I put together. I say I, but just note that none of this was started with me. But I use that type of structure, what you're talking about, along with a novella outline that an author made for fantasy romances. And it was a 12-chapter outline. And I also included, and then the 12-chapter outline, that was including beats from Romancing the Beat. And then there was also an outline I had found online for a novella for romance that did not follow Romancing the Beat. But of course, some of the beats were obviously the same, but she had additional ones in there. And so I had used like all these different ideas to create my own outline for novellas. And again, I say it's my own, but I didn't come up with anything new. So I just put it all together the way that made sense to me. But yeah, I'm not sure what they'll be yet. Still trying to get through the course. Not sure what they'll be yet. I think I lost the thread of that one. Oh, okay. The editing services. I had to look back to see what was it that I said. And I was asked, okay, gotcha. You got to get through the course. So that's the fictionary course, right? That'd be really cool. Yeah, thank you. It was such a great season. The replays are in the Armchair Chats playlist. Well, feel free to drop the link. I don't know if you did. There it is. Which I have watched some of them. There's some I won't touch because, well, there's one that I definitely would not watch because I can't stand that person. But yeah, sorry, didn't mean to say that. But yeah, I wanted to see the one with DL, and I saw the one with Dale. I don't think I've been bad about leaving comments on videos recently. I'm watching them, but I'm doing other things. So then it goes on and I forget to leave a comment. I just put an early lunch into the air fryer. What'd you put in the air fryer? Not that you have to share. You don't have to share. Laundry was forgotten and remembered. I did not forget mine, but I just did hear the washer get done. That was my second load of laundry, which is really all I have. Yeah, I have some towels, but I don't have enough for a full load. So I'm going to wait on those. So that I just need to get that switch over to the dryer. That should be up later this week. So the one you're writing right now, the one with the tech guy and the reference to Doctor Who, I can't wait to read that one. Sounds so exciting. Basically what I'm doing with him, he's in the bath right now after getting food, allergy meds, and pain meds. Nice. Okay, I'll be back. LOL, I'm out. I'll Call Indie is a database of freelancers for indie authors who most are indie authors themselves. Yeah, I always say indie authors, and I think sometimes I say most are indie authors because I always forget if they're all indie authors or most of them are indie authors. So thank you for reminding me. I may forget again, though. Themselves, a new database will have a better search function than my website. Nice. Yes, you did share the outline with me. Okay, I thought it was with you that I had shared it with. At least I remembered that part, even though I couldn't remember you were the foodie. Wait, are you the foodie? I think it is you. I told myself to write it down too, and I didn't write it down. I was like, someone said they were a foodie, and Devin remembered, and we talked about it for a second time, and it still has not stuck in my head for some reason. Yes, hopefully that was helpful. I will also have an easy sign up form for freelancers on I'll Call Indie, which reminds me I need to reach out to Dale Roberts. For what part? Maybe I'm just connecting these two ideas of freelancers and Dale Roberts because he's not really a freelancer. But I think, are you reaching out to him? He's got a lot of contacts of people who do things for indie authors. Maybe that's what you're talking about. Good morning from Adeshale to everyone. Oh, well, Rita and Tiffany. But yeah, I'm sure that was meant for everyone too. And everyone, he's probably already said too. Lord, what am I trying to say? I don't know. More I'll Call Indie info coming after my Kickstarter launch. The Jasden duology drops this Wednesday. It's so exciting. Yes, that one will be up. Yay. Okay. Foodie right here. I did get it right then. Wait, let me write this down so I don't forget it for a third time. Because I remember after that conversation was over, I told myself, write that down. I wasn't at my desk. I was somewhere else. I was like, I should write that down so I don't forget. Not that I remember thinking too, when I said I should write that down so I don't forget, I was thinking, when would I ever need that information ever again? But just in case. But yeah, I know. I'm going to hire you to rate my food scenes. I like food. Does that count? I mean, I like food too. I don't like writing about food. And that was like something my readers pointed out to me in my first book in this new series, so The Curse of Scales and Feathers. They're like, they're at this feast. What food do they have? I'm like, oh, I don't want to talk about it. And and it was just so boring for me to write. And, you know, I've talked about this a few times. If you don't like what you're writing, if you're bored by what you're writing, your readers are going to be bored by your writing, or they're not going to like it either. So I had to work really, really hard to try to make it interesting. And I'm not sure if I even did. I do know that there was one point, because in the beginning, Ari is in a tower and they just give her food through the door. And I researched recipes and foods that they would have like in the 10th century, because the world is roughly 10th century, our time frame. And I found this recipe that was really, really cool. And so I did it, and it had almond milk in it. And so I did that. And on my second round of readers, I had a reader said, this is too modern to put this in here. I'm like, well, it's really not, because I got it from a 10th century recipe. So I was like, almond milk has been around for a long time, I guess. It probably was different back then because, you know, they didn't have the mechanical things that we have now. But yeah. And I was like, here I am finally putting food in, and now it's being picked apart. But it's okay. Finally finished cooking brunch. Now to get some laundry done and finish drafting my newsletter. Newsletter day for you too. I need to reach out to Dale so I can build a proper resource page. Since he's king of resources. I was trying to make the connection there, and things have been flying over my head today. So yes, he is a king of resources for sure. He also has some good people that he's worked with. Yeah, I'm saying that, and there's like 2 of them I don't like, but they're good for other people. But yeah, he's got a lot of good people that he works with that might get some benefit out of it. And not only that, I think it would be useful. I think I've told him about I'll Call Indie before, but he probably doesn't remember. It'd be useful for him to know. I've been asked to make pot pies for my other half's work buddies. Nice. New achievement unlocked. But you're probably great at writing about smells. Yes. Actually, smells. So, right, when you include sensory description in your work, there's no like fast and hard rule, but the rule tends to be, or like the thing that people suggest, is you only include like 2 of your sensory senses, because to do all 5, obviously, it's going to be way overwhelming. And then, sometimes 3 senses works okay as well. And mine are always, sight, almost always sight is a big one for a lot of writers. Not so much for those who have, what's it called? Starts with an A. Those who don't see images in their mind. There's a name for it. And so sight is like a big one. And then for me, the second one is always smells. So I always have smells in my writing, because to me, I'm a super sensor. So when it comes to smelling. So yes, smell is a big thing. Oops. If you want really great food descriptions, read the original Legend of Sleepy Hollow. Irving is amazing at that level of description. So yeah, but see, there's one word in there that doesn't quite fit for me, and that's the word want. If you want really good, I don't want to read about food, because reading about food does not. And I have read the Legend of Sleepy Hollow, so but I don't remember it like that. I don't remember a lot of things, but I find descriptions of food boring, which I think is why it's boring for me to write it. But if I wanted to improve my food descriptions, I should probably go back and read the Legend of Sleepy Hollow. Yeah, Dickens is good too, but not like Irving. Fries are what I put in the air fryer, and a piece of leftover chicken to warm it up just joined. Nice. So you have chicken and chips, right? I don't remember what they call it, but yeah, something like that. I skimmed over meals and the Witch's Crystal, even though Amabelle is a cook. So you're like me with that. I will say tater tots in the air fryer were life-changing. Yes, because I don't really care for tater tots. It's like the only form of potatoes I don't really like. It's not something I don't like at all. Like tomatoes will make me throw up. Watermelon will make me throw up. Tater tots was a weird texture, I think. But in the air fryer, they taste really good. So I'm with you on that one. Anaphasia. That sounds right. Where you don't see things in your head. I don't know if there's like an opposite of that. Like I have vivid images in my head, especially when I'm sleeping and dreaming. I can do a lot of lucid dreaming, but recently I have been getting lots of sleep, plenty of sleep, and I'm having all kinds of dreams. And I had meant to say something on Saturday that I had this dream. It was sci-fi, but I was going to say, what would you guys think? Or what would you choose? Because I didn't choose before I woke up, but it's like the trolley problem. But in my dream, it was like I was playing a game. I kept going from character to character to character. We crashed on this planet, and they're like, it's like Jurassic World. It has all these big creatures everywhere. And then there's one that's charging at us, and I can't quite see it. And now all of a sudden I'm in this guy's head, and he's like this big, huge, hulking guy holding this like cannon like thing. And he's getting ready to shoot it. But as it comes out of the mist, it's like part dinosaur, part monster, part metal. And he goes right over me, and he goes to the ship, and he starts tearing up the ship. And I'm like, I could shoot him and I'd kill him before he gets to the ship. But then I would kill all of my people who are with me. And I could save the ship so I can get out of here. Or I could let him tear up the ship and then kill him. And so I don't kill everybody who's with me. So I woke up before I figured out what I was going to do. I was going to say, what would you guys do? So if you don't know the trolley problem, it's where you have to choose, you're on a track, and you can choose to get off the track and go onto a new track. And I'm trying to remember what the actual problem is. I think this might be one of the variations, where on one track, there's 5 people. So you can choose to kill 5 people while you're on the trolley. Or you can choose the other track and kill just one person, but you know that person. Something like that. Ironically, I have a great sense of taste, but not a great sense of smell. So I have to really think about it. Yeah. They say taste and smell is pretty closely related, but there's definitely differences in there too. It's my last day in the garden, getting final stuff done. Q2 starts tomorrow for me, so this chat is getting me motivated. Oh, okay, awesome. You're on it, Carla. Hello, Kara. How's it going? I'm also participating in the Dodling Writers stream, or I will be. She starts in 10 minutes. Thank you for dropping the link. So it's like 5 minutes now. Very close. If you want to, haha, right? Oh, it just jumped on me. It did. A bunch of people. Or at least all the comments just came through all at once. I thought it was almost done. I'm a weirdo. I like food descriptions. I like reading cookbooks. I don't think you're a weirdo, Kara. I think you might fall in the norm, because it was something that my readers pointed out to me in my alpha and beta copies. I didn't have enough food descriptions. So yeah, I can't wait to dive back into my stories and get some more stuff published. Nice. Do you have like a timeline of when that's going to happen? I think she's at 1 p.m., 1 Eastern. Okay, so if that's the case, it's almost 11 o'clock for me, and 1 Eastern would be 12, so that's 2 more hours. The Instapot and air fryer has been game changer, right? I agree, especially for people who don't like to cook. 1 p.m. Eastern, noon Central, so a couple more hours. Oh yes, I can't tell time. She's streaming in an hour. Sorry, no worries. It's hard. Time is hard, especially when you're trying to change it to other time zones. I made my cake in my Instapot. You made a cake in the Instapot? I did not know that was even a thing. Huh. And it came out okay? What kind of cake? Like, and was it like a box cake or did you make it from scratch? I love both of them. Whoop, whoop. Oh, what kind of cake? Oh, that's what I just asked. Of course, Joanne would ask too, because she's all good with the sweets. I confused myself because I'm about to log in for writing sprints on AutoCrit. I'm easily confused, obviously. No worries. I also have a thing I call the George Foreman grill of cupcake makers. I can do mini pies in it too. We used to have a George Foreman grill. I don't have one anymore though. I think it stopped. I think it stopped working. I have an Instapot for a recipe for cheesecake, and I haven't tried it yet. Wow. I like cheesecake too. That is amazing to Carla. It's really good when you do that to Devin from Carla, and the cake was great. Box cake. Okay. So, yeah. Oh, I have to try that. I'm sure I found a YouTube video and went from there. Good to note. All right, got to the end of the comments. I think we've been chatting for a while. Me chatting a while. I talk a lot. So we'll go ahead and get started on the next hour sprint. For anyone who wants to leave out, thank you so much for coming. I've got the hiccups because I'm hungry. And for everyone else, we'll get started in 3, 2, 1. Good luck. And that is time on that sprint. How did you do? I did start it with finishing up that chapter I was working on, and I added another 236 words, which is funny because it was 237 words the time before that. But yeah, 236 words. And then I went to go start my surveys for the Kickstarter, and it's like totally different setup than it was when I did my first Kickstarter a year and a half ago. And I was like, whoa. So I was sitting there just clicking back and forth on the different options that they had because they didn't have any of that there when I did my Kickstarter survey before. So it took me a minute to figure out, okay, what do I want to click on? What do I want to put here? How do I get just this tier? How do I get just that tier? How do I get all of them except for this? And there's actually, that's not an option anymore. I remember I could say all tiers, but a certain tier. So like all tiers, but the early dragon tier. And so to ask a question of all of them, except for just the early dragon tier, but that's not available anymore. So like I have a question that I want to ask all tiers, but the early dragon tier, now I have to go put the question in 4 times instead of just the once and annotate each one as which tier it goes to. But yeah, so it just took me a little while to figure all of that out. And I just started putting the questions together. I already had one. I always include asking my Kickstarter backers if they want to be on my mailing list. So that's always one that I have. But I had to create the question for all the tiers but the early dragon tier because all the other tiers, they got a choice of one of 2 novellas. And then one of the novellas, which is The Florist Budding Desire, I'm also giving them the choice to take to get the book with my cover that I designed or the one that I hired, which I don't like as much, but I didn't put that in there. I just put that they pretty much just copied my design. So yeah. So I was putting that question together and trying to annotate just on my document, like, who is this going to go to? I also have the question of what people want me to include with their thank yous and the acknowledgments and social media, because I have that on one of the tiers, 2 of the tiers. I think it's on 2 of the tiers. It might be 3. No, I think it's 2 of the tiers. And then I have to come up with another question because for I think it's the final tier. It's a signed copy. Yeah, it's a final tier. It's a signed copy of the book, but they can, I put this time that I'll write whatever they want me to say in the book. So I've also got to ask them, what message would you want me to write? So yeah, so putting the questions together after I finally figured out how the heck Kickstarter was setting it up because it's different than it was a year and a half ago. So, okay, so we left off here with Adeshale saying found a YouTube video and went from there for making a box cake. Just a cake, period, right? In the Instapot, which is amazing. I'd like to make a cheesecake in the Instapot. Me too. It sounds like fun. The functions I use most often on my Instapot are rice, slow cook, and yogurt. Oh, yogurt. It's rare that I use the actual Instapot function. Oh, that's funny. My husband's employer gifted us an air fryer toaster oven last winter holiday. Its size is so convenient for one-person meals or leftovers. Love it for anything I'd use an oven for. Yes, you can use instead of the microwave. And I mean, it's a totally different taste coming out of the air fryer than the microwave. I have this one, Adeshale Carla says, I got it at BJ's about 10 years ago or so and still going strong. Is that the Foreman grill, I think? Or is that something else? I don't know if I kept up with that line. I made I don't know how you say that. Is it Basque? I'm assuming Basque cheesecake in the oven. I need more practice with that though. I don't know what a Basque cheesecake is. I know what cheesecake is. Lost the link. It's a baby cakes full cupcake maker. Ah, reminds me of like the Easy Bake ovens. I don't know why I'm thinking of that with that title, baby cakes. Nice. Thanks. Awesome. To Eva. I'm still getting my baking skills together, Joanne. It respects the art. Respect the art and science of it. At some point, I like to get a good, basic, easy to do cake recipe down. Then I'll start decorating cakes. See, that part I'd like to do is decorating cakes. That would be fun. But I also like anything artsy. So I have decorated some cakes. I honestly can't remember what I did, but I know I've done some. The first and only cake I baked from scratch was red velvet cake with made from scratch cream cheese icing too. It was delicious, but not super pretty. LOL. That was more than a decade ago now. Yeah, my oldest kiddo, his favorite cake was red velvet cake, and he loved cheesecake. And he asked me one year, I think he was turning 16, 17, if I could make a red velvet cake and cheesecake combination. And I went to mix it together, not have different layers because I'm not good at layers. And I came up with this fantastic recipe. We all loved it. It was awesome. I wrote it down, and then I went to go make it later, and I couldn't understand half of what I wrote. And the one the cake that came out did not taste good at all. And I said, forget it. So it's lost to the eons. It's probably in an alternate universe or something. Baking isn't for me. Me neither. I'm a better cook than baker myself. I don't know if I'm good at any of them, but that sounds delicious, a déjeuner. At least you're trying. That's all that matters. Kiddo dropped off and a new cafe discovered. Going to get some work done here for as long as my computer lasts. Really fresh squeezed OJ and a delightful cucumber lemonade. I'll go for the OJ. I don't like cucumber. And I don't really like lemonade either. Although I can drink lemonade. But I prefer it when it's like mixed with tea. It's very tart, bitter. It makes my tongue shrivel up in my mouth to drink lemonade. Love it. That's exciting. Now I want a cucumber lemonade. All for you. I don't like cucumbers. 1,000% in support of whatever you need to do to acquire a cucumber lemonade. Lord, I really think it goes back to I got really sick. I was like 5 years old. Got really sick, and I had just eaten a hamburger with tomatoes, and there was cucumber and there was watermelon on the side, and I threw up right after that meal. And now I can't stand those things. Will make me throw up. Cucumber, watermelon, tomato. Yeah. I think it feels like it's a psychological thing, but I can't get over it. I have tried. Now, I did not try with tomatoes. Those will make me throw up in an instant. But I tried with watermelon. Growing up, everybody loved watermelon. As a teenager, I would go work on the farms in the area. We lived in Indiana then. You can make really good money as a teenager. I'd make like $500 to $800 a week. Detasseling corn. It was very hard work. You worked all day long from sun up to sundown. You got bussed out to the fields before the sun even came up. And then you get all scratched up and be all humid and hot and everything. But they would always, the Kirchhoffs were the big farmers there, and they would always provide watermelon to go with whatever we brought for our lunch. And I tried so hard. I tried it with sugar on it. I tried it with salt on it. Had lots of different suggestions. Never could get to it. Mm-mm. Time to bust out the old. Oh, I added old. Time to bust out the notebook for brainstorming. Nothing else is working. I don't know why I added the word old, but there you go. That required going out, and I don't feel like going out today. I rarely feel like going out. You're definitely not a weirdo. I like reading food descriptions and cookbooks too. I think a lot of people do, actually. It's more like I'm the weirdo. And being asked to make pot pie sounds exciting. Happy cooking. And Carla, thanks for the recommendation. I'll have to read it someday. Also, speaking of food and drinks, if you guys are interested, I'm having a sale for Culinary Confessions. Sorry, hiccup. I'm still hungry. I have not eaten yet. Probably should get something to eat. Anyways, and there is a link for it. Or if you're interested in supporting me on Ko-fi, subscribing to my author newsletter, here is a link for that. I stumbled upon a new YouTube channel, World History Encyclopedia. I don't think I've heard of that one. Caught up on synopsizing. I don't know if I'm saying that right, but organizing Scrivener. Now to get it all updated in my revision tracker and send the new part off to my elf reader. I do like the word synopsizing. Synopsizing. I like the word. Just can't say it. Moving toward plot point 2. Nice. It's slow going. The what are your intentions with our sister talk before the villain reappears, but solid. Sounds like it's going to be an interesting book, Carla. I think I figured out what needs to happen next. Okay. Research was needed to validate said events. So hence the YouTube link. You were doing some research. Always cool. I like doing that too. When I get stuck with something, I'll go and just... But I listen to a lot of historical stuff anyways. And when I'm not writing, I put on like whatever it is I need to research at that time. So this year it has been anything that was shinobis and ninja related. And then that moved to CIA, MI6, secret agents, FBI. And then that moved into psychology and reading people from different things that are set, or how to get people to manipulate people. Not that I'm trying to manipulate anybody, but I have secret agents in my book, and they're able to manipulate people to get the information that they need. So learning all of those tricks, and which I've started when I started revising a little bit my third book. I went back through and put some of those things in there. It was kind of funny. Like I kind of already included some of those things, but I didn't call it anything because I wasn't sure that what I was writing. I don't think I even thought about it when I was writing. I just put it in there. And maybe it's just my psychology background was coming through, but now I actually have names for it that I found from documents and videos. So, hello, Rachel. How's it going? Hope you're having a magnificent day. I am. Thank you so much. Hiya, Rachel. Devin. Hi. You said it correct. Okay, I did. Awesome. Jumping over to the Dawdling Writer. Have a good week, folks. Oh, yeah, that's right, because she would have just started at noon. A Basque cheesecake's top is burnt, more caramelized. Separately, Basque is also an ethno-linguistic group and region, North Spain and between France. It did look familiar, but I wasn't entirely sure if I could remember what it was. No, I know I couldn't remember what it was, but that the top is burnt. I think I've had cheesecake too that with the top is burnt. So I probably had Basque cheesecake. I had no idea that I was having it. That sounds good. Don't like cucumbers. Blasphemy. I love cucumbers, but I hate all melons. Watermelon, cantaloupe, honeydew. Blah. I am like that with all of them except for cantaloupe. Cantaloupe I can eat for some reason, unless it's too mushy. The texture of watermelon is pretty weird. I like other melons better. Yeah, it is really weird. But I also think the texture of honeydew is weird. If I eat a honeydew, it's just like, I'd rather be eating anything else. But if I eat watermelon, I'll throw up. Should have put some sweet chili pepper on the watermelon Latino style. I couldn't figure out what else to call it. I mean, it makes sense. I like the word. Holds Up Boombox plays Smooth Criminal. Cool. That's one of my favorite songs. Alrighty, got to the end of the comments. For anybody who has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. And for everyone else, we have at least one more sprint left, maybe two. If we do two, we'll go over 2 o'clock, which I try to stop by 2 o'clock, but that's not set in stone, so we might be doing 2. I feel pretty pumped up for getting stuff done today. All right, we'll get started in, did I hit the button? I did, okay. Oh, and there's a link, Dawdling Writer Stream. Thank you. See you guys on the other side, 60 minutes. And that is time. How did you do? What did I do? I did something at the beginning. What did I do at the beginning? I don't remember. But I went and, I sent all the Kickstarter backer surveys. So I got all of those out to all, it was 62 backers altogether. So I got all those surveys out. Already got some responses. And now I thought, okay, let me go check my artists, see, because I've been checking to see when I might get the revisions back. And I thought, well, I'll just ask him for a timeline. And it was actually done. And he actually had the coloring book page too, because I was trying to get a coloring book page with it, which he did for my Sea Witch. And I told him I wanted to do the same thing with the new artwork for Emmy and Edmar. But when he had given me the original artwork, I didn't have the coloring book page. I was like, hey, I don't know if you're still doing this or whatnot, or maybe I just, I didn't check to make sure that this was also getting done, but I would love to get the coloring book page too. And so he told me he wasn't sure about the coloring book page. He didn't remember me saying that. So I thought it was going to be like another week before I get the coloring book page, but he had both of it done. And I was like, yay. So now I'm trying to go in there and get the file completely done for this book so I can get it uploaded to Ingram Spark. This is the current one that I'm working on is the special edition color for the, what will I do? The hardback? I mean, I have to do both the hardback and the paperback, but I figure I only need to do one for a proof copy. I don't know. Maybe I should do both. Yeah, I should probably just do both. And then do the like not color version, the grayscale version. I wish they made it easy on Ingram Spark where you'd be like, okay, print me a copy of this one in color and print me a copy of this one in grayscale or, black and white. And they don't have that. You have to upload it separately. So, so I'll have to upload it and do all that, and do all the metadata and whatnot to get that all done and upload it. And hopefully, so I'll get all 4 editions uploaded today. Hopefully before the week is out, I'll get a response for Ingram about whether or not the files are good. And if they're good, then go ahead and get a proof copy ordered. We'll see. We'll see what happens. But I'm just happy I got the artwork back. Oh, and I'm also using that coloring book page to put into the coloring book. So I also have to get that uploaded and get a copy of that, proof copy of that coloring book done. Because I have I have like 25 pictures in there from the artists I hired. Then I added the Sea Witch coloring book page. And I'm going to add this coloring book page. And I think I added 2 of my own that I did. So it's not as many as the, for Curse of Scales and Feathers, it was like 30 plus pages of coloring pages. Because I did a lot of extra artwork. And this time I just didn't have the time to do it. I think I just did 2. So it's not good. I don't even think I'm going to hit 30 pages, but that's okay. I did charge less for it for anyone who wanted to add it on, which no one added it on. So that's okay. Last time I had a bunch of people added on the coloring book. But where did I leave off? I think it was here. I didn't mark it, but it was, here's the link to the Darling Writer stream, who's not going now. And nice, says Rachel. And Rita says, okie dokie, I'm back. Hello. Hubs has breakfast going. I made us a green smoothie, our new morning drink for spring, LOL. I mean, it goes. Not to figure out what the heck my plan was today in this office. Hopefully you got it figured out. That was, almost an hour ago. So hopefully you were able to get a plan going. Got the revision tracker updated. I'm 3/4 of the way done. Hallelujah. Yes, that's awesome. So you have a tracker, like you already have like an idea of everything that you have to do, and then you're just like checking it off. That's what I'm kind of envisioning when you say tracker. I do like a bullet point list of all the revisions I need to do, and I just collect that together from like all the comments that I leave myself in my draft or anything that I've highlighted. Sometimes I highlight something and I think I know what I'm going to say here, or I know what I need to do here, and then sometimes I forget what it is. But if I remember, I do a comment, and I just collect all the comments into a revision draft. And anything that my beta and alpha readers have said for revisions that is like major. Like if they talk about something little and it's something I can do, like get into the draft and do it right now, and it doesn't take that long, I do that. But occasionally they have some ideas that would be more. So then I just make a checklist, a bullet list. And then I go through, and as I'm finishing each one, I do the strike through function. Like, like if it was on a clipboard and you're crossing through it. So I had this idea to share the spoilers, but this is such a pivotal gasp scream moment that I wonder if it will hurt the story. Yes, yes, I've been there. You're like, oh, I love this. I love this scene. Oh, wait, I can't share this because it would give away too much. Also, I had that with my first coloring book. I almost gave away a mystery in it. One of the final pages was a picture, and I still have that picture. What did I do with it? Oh, I think I put it at the end of the coloring book. I said, if you've read the main book and you would like to get the final page, then you can sign up on my newsletter list. And I didn't check to see if anyone ever did sign up on that. It's one of my automations, I'm sure. Yeah, I don't know. But I was like, oh man, I really wanted this coloring book page, but it would have given away the main like mystery that I didn't even know I was building in a mystery. It wasn't until I saw my readers really having me a blast over trying to figure it out that I was like, oh, I put a mystery in this. So yeah, don't want to hurt the surprise. Yeah, don't want to hurt the surprise. Hey, JC, how's it going? Hello, everyone, she says. Hey, all. Hello, JL. How's your day going? Cozy over here, ready to get some edits done. Awesome. Was it that quite 20 minutes ago? Hopefully you're able to make some progress. I will have one more sprint for anybody who's still here. Anybody who wants to still get stuff done. Are able to get stuff done. JC, Devin, hey, watched a detailed video on Scrivener's compile function to make my life easier. Getting this MS up on Google Docs, compiling now. Fingers crossed it works. Fingers crossed. And I did not eat yet. My hiccups have kind of gone away. I'm sure they'll be back if I don't eat something. I should probably go do that at the beginning of this next sprint. Go do that and then get back to getting this formatting done so I can get everything uploaded to Ingram. But yeah, hopefully. I've heard that compiling on Scrivener, I mean, maybe it was an older function too, was like, it was hit or miss whether or not it would do it. I bought Scrivener twice in my life, and both times I've opened it and looked at it and thought, oh gosh, I don't think I can figure this out, and then left. I never did use the program. So I think I bought it for the first time like in 2016 or 17. And then again in 2022, thinking that I was going to learn it. Yeah. I just stick with Word. I do Word. I also do Google Docs. I put it into Google Docs. I back everything up on Google Docs and in Word. And then, of course, a lot of my stuff is in Atticus now. Got a ton of books in Atticus. And so all that kind of backs it all up. I don't write in Atticus, though. Very rarely I write in Atticus. Gwenna from JC. Whoa, I added 495 words. Awesome, Devin. I mean, that's like over a third of the way through your word count for the day, right? Newsletter's finished. Woohoo! The vacuum calls. Great idea, Shannon. I love the idea of coloring pages, but that will have to wait for the Alice book. Yeah. I like that the artist or designer, I think he uses templates, to be honest, because when I look at some of his artwork, I can see a lot of the same like elements and whatnot. So he just has I think he has a lot of templates for what he puts into his. So I don't know if he does any of the like by hand, like outside of a computer program, but I'm pretty sure most of it's in a graphics program that he just duplicates. And so it's not, it can't be like, he can't do something that's like real specific, but he can do generalized things. And I think that's another reason why I think he's doing templates, but it's pretty cheap. What did I pay? $55 for 25 pages. I think that's what it was, somewhere around that price. So yeah, not that bad. He was cheaper back when I did my first coloring book with him because he was just getting going. It was like $20, $25 for 30 pages. So then he upped it, almost double it, or more than double it, I think, and then took away 5 pages. So yes, what Gwenna has said, have you eaten? I have not eaten yet. I need to go get that done. Yeah. And getting it done so civil to Devin. Yep, I have a separate chapter broken down by each scene I need to rewrite and revise. I edit the tracker when I add, delete, majorly change scenes. I edit my Scrivener to actually do the revisions. Okay, so you edit within Scrivener itself, separate tracker. Oh, it said chapter, separate tracker for each chapter. I don't think I've ever done that by chapter. That's pretty interesting. I never even thought about doing it by chapter. I bet that helps to keep things organized. Mine's not very organized. It's probably why I get overwhelmed by my bullet points too sometimes. I should do it by chapter. Yeah, that's smart. Get rid of the hiccups. They're gone for the moment. They were there for like an hour. Now they're gone. I'm sure they'll come back if I don't go get something to eat. I only use Scrivener for the processor. The rest of it is over my head. I write in Campfire, writing app, and Word. Scrivener is for my blog posts. Oh, I didn't even think about doing it for blog posts. That's pretty interesting. Half the struggle is staying organized, right? Especially when you don't have time to organize yourself. But if you organize yourself, you would have more time. It's kind of like this loop that can't, it's like a hamster wheel trying to get that straight. Alrighty, I'm gonna go eat. Get something to eat anyways. While I'm sitting here at my desk trying to figure out the rest of this. I didn't figure it out. It's just doing the formatting now for my book to get up on Ingram Spark. And then for anyone who has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. And for anybody else, we'll get started on the last sprint in 3, 2, 1. Good luck. And that was time on the last sprint. How did you do? I was getting my files put together for this book, and I was like, oh yeah, I've got some of this backer surveys coming back. And 2 of the tiers have it where their name goes into the acknowledgments section of the book, and plus a shout out on social media, which I'll do when I finish fulfilling everything. And I thought, oh, I can go see which ones have already responded to the surveys, and I can just grab their name and put that into the acknowledgement section and get that page. The page was already kind of set up, but it was kind of like just a filler page for the formatting. And I had just gotten to this one right when it went off. So that the highest tier, which is the highest tier. Yeah, the highest tier, and anybody who added on the signed special edition hardcover, they get a book that also has a message, whatever message they want on the inside. And so one of my questions in the survey to them was, what would you like me to say? And what name do you want me to use? And so I just read this one. I was just reading it when the timer went off. I love it. And it says, never stop believing in mermaids, which I know this particular backer is a fantasy writer, and we had been talking back and forth. I've known them since my last Kickstarter backer. So we've talked a little bit that they're writing they're thinking about a story in mermaids or something like that. I'm trying to remember the exact conversation, but yeah, we talked about that. So I love that they put never stop believing in mermaids is the message for me to write in the book. So, alrighty, see where we left off here. Half the struggle is staying organized. So we were talking about organization, especially, particularly we were talking about revisions, and I asked Gwen how she approached that, because I just do like bullet lists, but then it becomes kind of overwhelming sometimes, and she does hers by chapter, and I thought, oh, that's really smart. I should do that. This guy has incredible Scrivener tutorials that have totally changed my approach to the software. Okay, thank you so much for sharing the link. Maybe one of these days I will learn Scrivener and it'll work for me. Thanks for sharing, Gwenna, says Devin. Question, which name do you like best for a baby name? Miles translates to merciful, or Bennett translates to blessed. Both work for the story based off their meaning. I feel like Bennett, I think of like an older person. I don't know why. I don't know why that hits my head like that, but it does. And Miles, I don't have like any connotations like in my head or any images that come to my mind with Miles. So if I was to choose one, I'd probably go with Miles, maybe. They both work though. Miles is the 13th letter in the alphabet. So if you like the number 13, or Bennett is the second letter in the alphabet. So if you like even numbers. I told you guys I have a numbers thing. So I don't know. Oh, I like both of those. Flip a coin or use both, like first and middle name. That's interesting. I like that idea, both the first and middle name. Oh, it could be like, do not do Bennett Miles though, because that would be BM for initials. But you could do MB. No, that reminds me of like Scary Spice. Isn't her name something MB or something like that? Something like that. I don't know. I don't remember. But yeah, I'm stuck again. Maybe I should get some food too. Oh, I did get some food. Oh, and you said you're stuck again, so go watch some more videos and documentaries. Maybe that might help. Took the better part of an hour to figure out Google Doc bookmarks and table of contents I can share with my alpha reader. Phew, I'm exhausted. So I like the table of contents things, and I've been using that for a little while. But now they have it where there's like tabs within the bookmark, or in the not the bookmark, the table of contents or something. I don't know, whatever it is. They've got tabs now that you can have on the side when you like, you can pull up all of your content that has headers and whatnot. You can pull that up on the left-hand side, right? And now there's tabs, and I don't know how that works. I was like, this is interesting. And I haven't had time to figure that out yet. Finally heading home. I might just take a nap today. Oh, that sounds good. Bye, friends. Thanks for the head start on the day. Yes, thank you so much for being here. Bad storm, so I'm out. Hope to see everyone tomorrow. Bye. Thank you so much for being here. Stay safe to Sybil. I'm back on track with writing. Oh, good. Added 122 words, adding or making that 617 out of 1,200 needed words. I think I need an 8K weekend. Are you doing another 12-hour sprint this weekend? No, I can't actually. I have the TropeCon is happening this weekend. I still don't know what time it is because the only thing I could find, it said 5 or 6 o'clock at night. And I'm like, I'm sure the conference is not starting at 5 or 6 o'clock at night, but I haven't been able to figure out what time it starts, but I think it's the whole weekend. And I think it's the all day. I know it's the 5th and the 6th, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be an all day thing. So the Trope Conference, by the way, if anyone wants to go, you can still get tickets for $79. Then it goes up to $99 on the 1st, but it's being put on by Jennifer Hilt, which I have like all of her books. I got them over here. I got the Trope Thesaurus, Fantasy and Science Fiction Trope Thesaurus, the Trope Thesaurus Romance, Horror Trope Thesaurus. I don't know why I have horror. I think it was part of the package deal that I bought. But yeah, so she's got a bunch of trope books. And so she's putting it on, and she's also doing it with lots of people that I recognize. I know Russell Nolte's in there, which Russell Nolte, he did some like really great articles a while back. It's like not even quite a year ago. He was doing some articles on Substack about tropes in movies and how he was pulling them out. Like he was pulling out all these different tropes that you find in movies, and it was very, very insightful. And then she also has Theodora. What's her last name? Theodora. It's like on the tip of my tongue. She's the one who did a book about. What is the name of that book? If I can even remember her last name. I have her book, Theodora. It was the fantasy. It had fantasy in the title, but it didn't have anything to do with fantasy writing. But it was all about recognizing tropes in different media and figuring out why people are Theodora Taylor, why people are attracted to certain tropes and how you can utilize that attraction to appeal to the fantasy part of our minds. But that's not quite what she said, but I'm trying to remember how she put it. I'm trying to remember the name of the title of the book now, and it has fantasy in it. So there's lots of great people talking about tropes this weekend. So I want to go to that. I don't have a link top of mind here, or top of hand or whatever. I had it I think it's an email or something. But yeah, I'm looking forward to the conference. I thought I was ready to write, and then realized I forgot some graphics I needed to make and some changes I needed to make to my Notion. So you got sucked into that. I am sitting here trying to finish up the formatting for my Kickstarter book now that I have everything sort of. Now that I know, I forgot, I had to remind myself that there are certain people who have backed certain tiers whose names get to go into the book. And I have to wait until they fill out their survey so I know what name they want me to put. So that's the only other thing I'd be waiting on. But I think I can just put like placeholder names for now and still get a proof copy. So I'm trying to get that done today. But so many times, Tiffany, I've had to reroute my brain back to do this formatting because I want to do something else. I want to write. That's what I want to do. I want to write. But yeah. Hopefully you are able to get some writing in. Thanks to the company while I finalize my deck card. I'm super motivated to start writing tomorrow. Woohoo! Taylor. Oh, yes, Taylor. That was the one I was thinking of. Theodora Taylor. I have her book. Something. Shoot. Fantasy was almost there again. I actually did a podcast episode on it a while ago. The book, there were parts of the book that was very hard for me to grasp on a first read. And I did read through parts of it twice. And I feel like the more I would go back and read it, the more I would understand. And that was mostly true for the application sections. That's what I was trying to say. So she has like some like homework that you can do to try and put some of this into action. And some of it I didn't quite understand how I would figure it out. But I think that if I went back and read it again and really delved, I mean, she writes really well, and very great points in the book. So I almost had it again. Universal Fantasy. There you go. That's not the whole title, but that's the main title. The title is actually like really, really, really long. Universal Fantasy. 7-figure fiction, how to use universal fantasy to sell your books to anyone. There you go. That's the title. So, but yeah. All right. Well, I've gotten through all of the comments. I could take that off. I will be back again with same time. Yeah, I just canceled my sprints on Thursday I had moved them to 11 o'clock from 8 a.m. And then something else came up, so I just canceled them. And then that something else that came up just got rescheduled. So I'm going to have to redo my sprints for Thursday. But that's not going to be at 8 because I still have a morning appointment I have to go to. And it's very, very important. I let my ID card lapse for a military basis. And the next week, I'm going to my son's military medical course graduation. I have to be able to get on base. So I have to go get my new ID card that is expired. I should have took care of this like a long time ago. So, but my husband has to go with me because he's the sponsor and because I let it lapse. I could probably do it on my own if I hadn't let it expire. So he has to go with me. So I have to go based on his schedule, and it's at 9 o'clock in the morning. But otherwise, I will be back tomorrow, same time, with the 45-minute Pomodoro sprints. So thanks for the sprints. Thanks so much. Alrighty. Thank you, everyone, and I'll catch you later. Bye.